Back at it once again. We've made a good start on these challenges. Hopefully we can keep it up. I think I've read all these before. Claimants are paid against direct competition. I have not forgotten our obligations to Wuk Lamat, but it's moments like these when we can immerse ourselves in the cultures of others that fill me with anticipation for the new experiences this adventure will bring us. In a contest like this, it's only a matter of time until the claimants are pitted against each other in an indirect competition. Traveling with so large and diverse a group is unfamiliar to me. If she could see me now. The success of others. We've now won keystones from both the feats of raids and the feat of gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one? It would seem. By continuing to retrace Gulujaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the giants next. Like Kryle said, the fact that they were searching for the city of Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yakui is in the upper reaches of Erkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around though, through Kozumaoka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystone eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we call on the Moblins first then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins to see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course. Who do you take me for? Then, as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley, did I? He's the man in charge of the Wachumeki. Wachumeki? And a good person to know. Want to come along? I'm not doing anything better. Let's go then. Ready? The markets of the Wachumeki are to the east, on the other side of the Bayside Levee. Ah, I thought I'd be going that direction anyway. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Teasel. If you're after the best tacos in Tulional, this place sits on top with Zibella of Tai. You say that third promise, but you only ever eat old Brokievu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Teasel. It has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. I can kind of get behind that. being so familiar with some other foods. Hello, Ropli. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need it to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tyrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I'll leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Thornak, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually, though he might have a reason to visit Wachumeki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Ropley, humble representative of the Grand Center of Trade. A pleasure to meet you, Thorak. Hello. You there! Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. I've seen that man somewhere before. Yeah, he's the one who wanted to come here to get a new start. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Von Jontain? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flightly admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... and we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. Alright, well, while I'm here. I'll need to use an ether anyway. You have tuned yourself to all Ethernet shards in Tuliolal. The Arch of the Dawn, or Kopacha, and the Arch of the Dawn, Kazumaoka, are now accessible as Ethernet destinations. Neat. Anywho. Von Jontain, where did you go? Oh, what's going on with all of these kiddos? Oh, they're splashing. Also, the music is a touch loud. Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. So close yet so far. You were conversing with Master Ropley? But wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. We have indeed. You found him? Good. I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourselves with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolal, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Ul'dah. Estems? I can't read that right. Estems Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my pieces were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me. And any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus I take a ship, hoping to find fresh beginning on new shores, yet as you witnessed, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright. You offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? Of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Well, when you put it that way, compared to Zoroja, compared to Kona... Not me. I am Wuk Lamat, third promise of Tuliolal, daughter of the Dawn Servants. Oh, of course you're a member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Frog in my throat. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. Go and hone your craft, my friend. What is truly important? Oh, sorry, Thorak. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Von Jontain is giving himself another chance. Mezcal marinated swamp monk. Swamp monk. Swamp monk. Jeez. Soaked overnight in mezcal, then grilled over an open flame. Neat. For all of Turali. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. Yes, let's not go get your axe at the same time. My little mimic box. Zero job. A flattest saw. You can do this, Fontaine. Our liquor seems a changed man. I'm not sure it even is the same man. 'Twas kind of you to come by, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Ul'Dan, faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumaki. If you will have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what this was about. If you were looking for work, consider yourself hired. Wachumaki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful, but you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. Hello? The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready yet, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachumaki artisan. Oh, it's as sharp and as deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. As for us, we should head to the harbor. We should head for the harbor. Do I keep Aaronville waiting? Yep. Just a rundown. Someone got a spicy taco. Hello, all. I wandered through the Bayside markets and found earrings almost identical to mine. They indeed seem to be a common travel charm, just as mildly described. I want to re-examine the Tuliala saga. Should we continue apace, we shall soon come to face, or rather face to knee, with those enormous Yokui. I am told. Oh wait, I am told some of them tower over even the hulking Galul Jaja. All that waiting was making me hungry, so I tried a taco from both Zibala of Tai and Aunt T's. I think I prefer Teasel's spicier flavors. Wonder what Aaronville's alternate means of travel is. Are we taking a boat? Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. What is that? It's a punity? She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do I know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her a reason to. First alpacas, now punities? We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. But did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who is up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozama Uka rowed these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tyrol now at peace. So I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several in the water. Kona! Lamati. Traveling up the river, I presume? It seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Thancred, Ariange, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I've heard so much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause? I contacted the Skularch, who arranged an introduction with these 2 gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliala spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where's our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Ryanji at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuk Lamat are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend on holding nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. It's true that I can't stand boats, but I trust the route Ernville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the punity to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away as far from the front of the boat as possible. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up with Ernville just in case. I'd like to stay on deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kryl will stand on guard with Thorak. I'll keep Ernville company, then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Elfinel. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Oh, is this the first dungeon? Hee. Let the hunt begin. Yep. Jeez. Ihui Katumo. Interesting. Alright, well. First dungeon, let's go! Katumo. I'm just reading that part. I can't read the whole thing. These are strong punities. There's a boat like ours ahead. Could it be Zeral Jaw? Or, oh god, is it Bakul Jaja? Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. Fish! Much Moogle casting. We're in for some rain, it seems. That is Bakul Jaja ahead of us. Be ready for anything. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift courtesy of the blessed siblings. Scheming bastard. I swear at this rate, I feel like I'm playing a piano. You want to add anything to that? God, this is not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. The harness. Afraid of a fair fight? See you upriver, if you make it that far. Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Aaronville, we're losing speed. I can't command the punity like this. The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but we have to pull over to the bank. We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route over land. We'll try to catch up with you later. Prime Punity. Hydro Wave. We got the whole family here. I forgot that Picnomancer got the bonking mallet. How about no? A river's breath boots of aiming. Yeah, I did this wrong. Still did a lot of damage, though. A bracelet of aiming. Up the ladder we go. What strange happenstance? Hath some misfortune befallen thy vessel? Apologies, friends. It seems you'll be taking the long way around. Thank Red. Okay. Cryo, which one are you going after? Everybody cheating but Wuk Lamat. Jeez. Still, seriously, I was not ready for the mimic clots. Everybody up the clown ladder. Oh. Wait, drowsy? We can simply sneak by it, can we? Not likely. I think I see. Ah, I did indeed see. Ouch! Alright, well. Ah, not okay with this. Oh, here we go again. Wonder what model this gear uses. Kazola-gaki. Katumu Tomotan. It is almighty pickles. Maybe they're friendly! No, definitely not friendly. Oh, that's a big bug. Oh, that's our final boss, I think. E. Another pickle! It is eating a worm. Apex predator, Apollyon. We got pumas coming in. It's eating the kitties. I strengthened Apollyon's wing beats. I'm going to get hit on this. 11 sickle. Oh, we got worms. Strengthening Apollyon's sighting forearms. One dead buggo. Well, got a Clairvin. Still unsure as to what armor the. I'm still unsure as to what armor that's supposed to be, like, recycling the model of.
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems. We'll have to head back and see about fixing the boat.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Those caverns you traverse were dug by the Yakui in their search for gold remnants. Oh. While I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide, we are landing this boat anytime soon. River journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but that's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please let me off. No. No more boats. Are you? Oh, you're not alright. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There is a mountain shelter nearby, a resting spot for those who ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wuk Lamat? We can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. Wuk Lamat. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well, but if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear the burden alone, so please don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But, Kryl, leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, Thorak. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright, I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. I felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting. That admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up with the others. Nope, we're in the southern section of Dawntrail now. Or more specifically, Kozumooka. Which means... southwest. We'll probably be going that way eventually anyway. Many fires. This place is called Many Fires for the constant stream of peddlers and travelers who make camp here after climbing the stairs. Now that I've decided to share, I feel so nervous. The side of the region is so different from where the Hanu live. Oh, this side of the region is so different. The striking colors of the vegetation alone. Yeah, it's like we stepped onto a paint swatch here. This seems a cozy spot for Wuk Lamat to let her guard down. I know it can't be easy for her. We should stop here for tonight. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a campfire, and there's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace.
I'll just let it go, but I'll mute my microphone as I mix myself another drink.
All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a true-born son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
You can't measure your worth by the success of others.
Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean?
Of course.
I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers.
Exactly.
It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Cryle. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuk Lamat. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Aaronville just standing over there, being a little punk. Meanwhile, in the second Promises camp, over with Kona.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuk Lamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alize on her rear.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Badesian. And then, there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I have any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkopacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better, and I will be the man to change it.
I guess my argument is why struggle for one side when you could have the best of both sides? Strive for peace as well as innovation.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach. But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawntrail, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Meanwhile, with the first promise,
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a Tunid. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant. Such titles mean nothing. I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer. In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
This guy's up to something. I don't like chameleon dude. Earlier, with the cool Jaja.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our king to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten junk. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind.
My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts. But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind. I'm begging you.
Ba-ba-da. I'm glad we could take a moment to talk things through. Wuk Lamat seems much happier for it. It doesn't matter if Wuk Lamat's scared of alpacas or gets sick on boats. It doesn't change who she is or what she means to her people. I have some small experience with pressures of leadership and crumbling beneath its weight. As you well know, if anything good can be said to have come of my failures, I hope it is my capacity to help others avoid similar mistakes. It is good to see Wuk Lamat more sure of herself. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better, will be better, for myself and for my people. One second, Dawn, promise. On the trail. Far to the west. Alright. I'm ready to move on. Ah, level 92 weapon. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zaraja and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area. And off she goes again. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank at the second river. Yep, I'll be able to get that. I'll be able to get that ether current out there. It's ya boy. Oh, I see. This is the river which feeds the waterfalls above Okanu. The bandits' lair is said to be somewhere near here, but I'd prefer we avoid seeking out trouble. Again and again, I'm struck by the majesty of the falls. It is difficult to comprehend the sheer volume of water this natural wonder produces. Yeah, kind of for real. I've felt eyes on us several times as we made our way here, though they soon seemed to lose interest. Well, what are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of Miakabek Zoma. But let's remain vigilant all the same. I think there's something over there. To the south. Well, let's wait and see. Bird of Ligaka. Jungle iguana. That looks like a nice fellow. Ah, the Moblin residence. So this is Earthenshire. Goodness me, it's like an entire village is made. It's like the entire village is made of pottery. Even as Hanu culture is distinct from Vanu, Moblin society is developed quite differently to that of their goblin cousins. Not another claimant in sight. Does that mean we're ahead? Or behind? This is it. The village where the lay of pots from the Tuliolal saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This Shire appears custom-built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. If you are exchanging tongue flaps with her... You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Redderock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can get straight to performing the feat. As much as Redderock would like to do just that, we have much more pressing worry. The storm hit our village, shattered the cliffs, and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many Hellpans for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything that artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tyrol. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they can offer, I should never have left to watch Mucky Mickey. You see, the Potsworn desert us. The Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village. If it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure if I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Redderock truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist Hellpan Rockarock. You other four follow Redderock. There are other help hands in need of handlending. I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant it when I said it. I meant what I said at many fires. There will be no feigning strength, no more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. I personally would have thought that there would be one elector who was like, oh yeah, the feat has already begun, or like the feat can't be held, and you go through everything and eventually it's just, oh yeah, everything you did, yeah, that was the feat all along, congratulations. I think I've found our help hand. First we'll solve this problem for the moblins, then we'll see about completing their feats. Rock can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. You've come to aid Rakarok? Rakarok accepts your hand lending with joyous field smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Sweet! What do I get next at 96? Enhanced Gluttony. Grants 2 strikes of Executioner upon executing Gluttony. Oh, Executioner. Executioner's Gibbet and Executioner's Gallows, along with Executioner's Guillotine. Perfectio. Perfectio Okota. What Rakarok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rakarok took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guest think. Please, guest think with Rakarok. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. So, where is Kahi? This is where Kahi works, isn't it? Let's take a peek inside then. He's a cat. This must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guessing. He seems to be hot immediately from what I can gather from his animations. He must be boiling, sitting so close to the furnace. And there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in this stifling heat? Oh, I'm just inspecting. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. He's barely touched his meal. The dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones. Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakarok. Let's share what we have observed. You made your observations? What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking. But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Rakarok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also Hetsaro. And while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi would probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down. By the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rock never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Kai couldn't concentrate. The Hetsaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kai seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Ooh, we could try a drafty shard. They make lovely breeze. Do you know where we could get one of those? You can gather them from the Shoals of No Return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvaged them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us? Yes, I could. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kai's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Rakarok is too preoccupied with stocking materials. A serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a helphand's responsibility. That we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The Shoals of No Return are past the cracks, through the tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Oh, that's what that sound is. Okay, so this is expressly a village of crafters. Interesting. Tempetrick. Riderrock. Bangumbrook. Gloss-fired bank. Oh, hey, Kona. You're Thorak, aren't you? What brings you out here? Ah, the issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlane instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Whoops. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of helphands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back for procuring herbs for Iranje, in fact. Settlements in Kozamauka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found the way here? Should I become Dawn's servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital, when I imagine how much good we can achieve with the Charlane technology. My apologies, I have much to consider, if you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care. Yeah, take care after you brought a caved roof down on me. You spot the tunnel opening, head through the passage to the Shoals of No Return, and recover the drafty shard. I forgot goblins and moblins talk funny. Did I ever get tuned to this? I did. Okay. Omega away! To the northwest. Well, again, I'll probably be heading out that way soon anyway. Oh, there's a Morble. Terali Morble. Fairy Orange Crystal. If I know anything about what they would presume to be drafty shards, it's going to be a green crystal that we're looking for. Pale blue, bright green. The crystalline shard emanates with a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal Rakrok sent you to salvage. There's that blue crystal. There's that orange crystal. Heyo, Rakarok. Is that a cool breeze Rakarok feels? Yes, thank you for Seek finding a drafty shard. Rakarok will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hetzaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go on and see what Kaihi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed the Pot Pact. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of the Potsworn. Oh, it's high quality. A bowl? An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volok Shunza. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance. Truly a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Hey Kona. Forgive my interruption. Lamati, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past, and is prepared to task us with defeat. That's great news, thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kozomaoka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlene goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it here. I was raised among Hetsaro more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetsaro? I have a few fond memories of my nomadic life. Hetsaro and nomads. Would I could forget that time. I tried serving the dish we prepared for Kahi. It was so good I had a second helping. Rakarok is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guesting. When it comes to help handing, knowing the potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed it into me several times already on this journey. Pants. The Elector bids claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Ariandre. Also I ran into the Levier twins on my way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Rakarok waiting. That is very considerate, Kona. He probably is the next best of all the promises. Wuk Lamat, I thought everyone would be here by now. Rakarok thanks you for assisting Helphan Rakarok. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive. So please, be patient a while longer. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Oh, Zaralja. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossing and the new potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zaralja! He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebble stones. The resilient son of the Dawn Servant. Zaralja was clearing fallen rocks? I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, well, we meet again. I've just completely given up on the voices, I think, at this point. Just in time for the feat to begin? I bet he was already here laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attentions please. As Red Rock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tulial merchants will suffer. So Red Rock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever-handed goldsmith and bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Federock's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn servant Zoralja's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Red Rock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. So no brute forcing. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. They're going to do what they do. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river, but we can remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuk Lamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kona probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand? That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking around Wachumekimeki. That seems like a lot. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolal with us. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, no, no. I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burdens, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. I felt like that was already established. Wuk Lamat, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? The pleading cat eyes. I'm positive. Mostly. Wow, fast boat ride. What obstacle will Bakul Jaja throw at us next, or will he try something more direct? Did we mention the potsworn in our care required a constant stream of encouragement in order to craft? The four of us must have chanted the same cheer dozens, if not hundreds of times. Aaronvold was scolded more than once for not cheering loudly enough. Wuk Lamat suffers such terrible bouts of seasickness. I wish I had a spell or a potion that could ease her nausea. Do we have ginger? That could help out. I've procured many unusual items for clients, but meeting the personalized needs of a potsworn is not an experience I'd care to repeat. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver? Ihui Katumu is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropley can help us recruit Potsworn. I think I know just Potsworn! Fonjontaine! Okay, that's how I get back to Old Charlene. You'll have to bear with the noise a little bit. Someone's like fireworks off outside. Wachumeki is a gathering spot for skilled artisans of all kinds. If we're to find a Potsworn candidate, I can think of no better place to begin our search. Aaronville brought us here on our first tour of the city, but time did not permit a close look. I should like to observe these masters at work. So this is Wachumeki that Wuk Lamat was talking about. I had yet to make it this far in my wanderings. Surely at least one person will answer Wuk Lamat's call for a Potsworn. Maybe Master Ropley can help us. Phew, the fresh harbor air was just what I needed. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachumeki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropley. Actually, I have a favor to ask. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the Third Promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do you know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating the Earthenshire? What of the Ellison man who just started working here? You mean Fonjontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fonjontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zabaliov Tai. Then maybe we should go and talk to him, just you and me since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. Right, let's go see the man about pot. Oh. Yeah, I'm still close enough that I think it would make up the time. I still think I'm pronouncing that wrong. I've been thinking about just saying just Wachu. jump down the stairs. I'm still not sure about this. It never hurts to try. Oh, Thorak, you're here too? The third promise said she wanted to have a chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? The last time we talked on the speech, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming. For the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you're not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the rite of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachu, I'm now demanding you to throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I've completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tulional. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege on the settlement. Laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired. I never wish to suffer such loss again. And so, as much as I am indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolan that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fonjontaine, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Why? Perhaps you remember me? Brook Evu, owner of Sibaliav Tai? I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wuk Lamat ally from across the salt, yes? And a hero of some renown too, if the gossip's to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I can use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. Oh, roll quests? This early? Uncouth customers. Thorak, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. Now that we're all settled, allow me to reintroduce myself properly. I am Brooke Evu, proprietor of Zibaliev Tai. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tyrol, and sometimes further, come here to whet their appetite and slake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Sitting just over there, in fact, and having conversation most foul. I thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. I recognized the Mammoth almost immediately. An astrologian? As this is the first time we've all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am... Welcome, welcome. What'll you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. Now then, where was I? Ah yes, I am Apia. Apiai? Appy. If you are sitting there here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. Villains do not often call themselves as such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason, to throw the world into a mire of chaos, and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to punish all who have dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you want. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in so doing, we shall become unbound, like the birds soaring up above. We shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. But it's raining right now. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here, to look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Tyrol. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Did you say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devilish devilry ahead. Hee, my imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in Tyroli continent. where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of a fearsome beast called Teral Vigiral. And with them in our possession, none shall be able to make a stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bringing them across the sea and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. I take it there are no questions. Then let the passage of the unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. They didn't order a single thing. That is probably the most villainous thing possible. How dare they? That's the long and short of it. What do you think? They left without ordering anything? Villainous indeed. It's right there in their name. They're unbound by manners and respect, and won't be welcome back here anytime soon. You, on the other hand, can stay as long as you like. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference, because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent out one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they're at a disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know you've business in Tyrol, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place, but if you take time to hear Ral Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. Hello. Oh, kebabs. Ral Majun. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Hello. Greetings, Ral Majun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why perish the thought? You've come just in time. In fact, none other than the vaunted Thorak has agreed to aid the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our home shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Leola in search of aid. Jeez. Loa Zenakui there from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector. Someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. So, healer. The heirloom that Neopine, I assume that's what it's pronounced, must recover inflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands a great healing magic to counteract this effect. Oh, so he's probably healing. The search of Shashapia's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. So she needs a tank. And lastly, there is Sui, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact aside that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting someone, Rahul Jha? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Rahul Jha hails from further south than even Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effect of his village's treasure. Did I get that right? He needs a ranged physical. Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Raul Majun. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Thorak. Of course, I'll share all that I know on the matter. You only need ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Tyrol, and maybe even further, will be in your debt. I've never been one to shy away from the quest. So these are the role quests. A separate quest line and story are now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. Oh. I guess I am working with you first. Hello there. I take it you've spoken with Brokevu, willing to lend a hand? Yes, yes. I am truly grateful. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Shashepia, and I have traveled far from my village in the forest of Jactaral in search of a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the swallowtail Tyrol Vidral is sealed. Before its ascension, the swallowtail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of more threatening butterflies, poisonous ones and the like, through its skill at mimicry. So it survived day after day, summer after summer, until the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. The fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it can command the self-same abilities. Indeed, the wielder too may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, a twin-blade-wielding viper, or savage brox, with claws and fangs to gut whomsoever they please. It is this power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest, for though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That is why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet there has been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea. and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane, which I understand is the name of the large settlement located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. Leave it to me. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving in the eastern land, search for a Viera woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you may find someone who has seen her. So we go from one end of the world to the other. Which actually, it might not be that far. No, it's pretty far. And yes, that one vista, that in order to get it, you need to go all the way up there. All the way to the top, which is a bit more daunting than it sounds. A last from Tyrol, was it? Sorry, can't help you. That reminds me though, I heard Tyrol has its own local variety of spirits called mezcal. Been meaning to taste it for myself for an age now, but you've no idea how hard it is to get one's hands on a bottle here. Shitan? Welcome to the Shiokaze hostery. How may I serve you? You're searching for someone? You're searching for someone? As a matter of fact, I do distinctly remember seeing a Viera woman of that description earlier, but I'm afraid I could not tell you where she may be now. Mononoke where? A Viera woman bearing a bow? Why yes, I do recall such a person. It was hard not to notice her, really, given how she was peering at every little thing. If she came from the distant lands to the west, no doubt Kugane is quite the unusual sight for her. With any luck, she'll still be where I saw her, in the vicinity of the Sekisegumi barracks. Sekisegumi barracks. This city is simply too large for me to cover alone. Perhaps it's time I returned home. Hello. Itoka? Yes, I am she, and you are? I see. Shashepia always was a worrywart. Won't deny I appreciate the help, though. Ascertaining the whereabouts of the cocoon has been no easy task. I managed to secure a room and board in this lodging after arriving at Kugane, and have been using it as a base to track down the thief ever since. I'll tell you all I know. According to an eyewitness from my village, the thief was middle-aged Huron male. That's all we have to go on regarding his appearance. Yet, so long as he possesses the cocoon, he can be anyone and anything: an elderly woman traipsing along the street, a child throwing a ball, mayhap even the dog chasing after it. Truth be told, I was nigh at wit's end trying to find him. That is until I discovered that a series of unusual squabbles have been occurring around the city. After investigating these incidents, I found one commonality. The instigator, in each case, invariably had no recollection of the incident, let alone of inciting it. What's more, eerie accounts have begun to circulate amongst the residents. Some folk claim they've somehow been seen in two places at once. Based on all this, I believe the thief's been using the Dreamweave cocoon to transform it in innocence and spread discord through its city. This stands to reason we can find him by following the trail of chaos left in his wake, no? And yet, even should we apprehend him in whatever form he's hidden himself within, there's nothing to stop him from feigning ignorance. Besides the secret remedy, of course. The recipe for an elixir which can forcibly remove the cocoon's enchantment has been passed down in my village for emergencies like this. I made sure to prepare a few vials before making the voyage here. I need simply to throw the solution at the suspect, and the cocoon's weave of mimicry will unfurl on the spot. That covers everything. Now, what say we see if there's any trouble afoot? The thief will undoubtedly be far from it. Let me know when you're ready. We'll catch him together. Ready to set off then? Perfect. I say we begin our search in the markets. I recall a great number of people gathering in the Rakuza district. I believe it was called. To think that all of this was wrought by mortal hands. Remarkable. My people have ever lived in harmony with nature, but that doesn't mean we condemn the ways of those who choose otherwise. In fact, in the brief time I've been exposed to settlements like this, I've come to see such places have their merits too. Look, you thieving whoreson. I told you this isn't enough. But sir, that cannot be right. I'm sure I gave you your change in full. Enough. Hand over my money or I'll take it by force. Keep watching. But isn't it obvious? No one gets so worked up over a handful of coins unless they're looking for trouble. Reveal yourself, villain! What in blazes do you think you're doing? Oh, sorry. Very, very sorry. Oh dear. A thousand apologies, sir. I gravely miscalculated your change. I will return what you are owed immediately. I beg your forgiveness. I apologize for this disturbance. How dreadfully embarrassing. Oh, well, a hunter doesn't quit after a single arrow misses its mark. Best not to dwell on what's done, and instead focus on our next course of action. Let's see how things fare in Kokane Dori. Alright, so I wasn't completely off the mark, just to wait and see what would happen. I can't believe how impossibly vast it is. My jaw dropped when I first saw it. I could hardly fathom where the horizon ended and the sea began. Before arriving into the Olal, I'd imagined the sea to be merely a larger, saltier body of water than the lake back home. There we would race from shore to shore. To attempt the same here, I fear, would have fatal results. I'll cut you down where you stand, you lecherous lummox. What is going on here? The big bloke yonder allegedly laid his hands on that grizzled fella's woman. Afraid this might come to blows. Calm yourself, man. I've not done what she claims. You dare add insult to injury by calling her a liar? Ignore him. I told you that pig defiled me. Cut him down this instant. There is no truth to her words. Wherefore does she spout such rubbish? Kami, give me strength. Cut the bloody brute down already. Yes, not less than your head shall serve as penance for your crimes. Very well. Let my blade prove my innocence. Yeah, it's her. It's her, right? Yep. Was that really necessary? No matter, I was growing weary of this pretty farce. Oh, of this petty farce. It's time I moved on to bigger and better things. Oh, no, you don't! Fly true. And yep, he's gone. How odd. My bow is more out of tune than I realized. sweetheart. Is it really you? Oh, thank the Kami you're safe. I found her lying unconscious in a nearby alleyway. She could only vaguely recall being attacked from behind before losing consciousness. So the villain knocked her out before assuming her visage in a ploy to deceive her husband. I fell for the deception like a complete and utter fool. I do not even know how to begin to make amends. There are no amends to be made. You simply acted as any husband would. Due to your involvement, this matter was resolved without bloodshed. The Sekisegumi thank you. 'Tis regrettable, however, that the villain managed to escape. A criminal who can change their shape at will is exceedingly dangerous. Know that the Sekisegumi will alert the populace to the menace and remain vigilant for any suspicious activity in the city. Let's return to my lodgings. I'd like to go over where we stand with our elusive quarry. Of course, of course. As predicted, the thief has been using the cocoon's power of mimicry to incite conflict around the city. What he hopes to accomplish by doing so, however, is still unclear. And so long as he has this power, our sole means of tracking him remains the havoc left in his wake. A trying trail for any hunter. But I'm heartened to have a warrior like you beside me as I tread it. We'll catch him together, and when we do, we'll mete out the justice he deserves, Thorak. Good to see you, Thorak. For better or worse, I haven't heard any unusual incidents in Kugane since our last altercation. There may be a reason for that. Do you remember when he claimed he was moving on to bigger and better things? If we're to catch him, we may have to expand the scope of our search beyond Kugane. Yet he traveled all the way from Taral to this eastern land for a reason. I can't imagine he'd go too far. Do you know of any other settlements nearby? Look to the Ruby Sea. People live out in those waters? But they're so vast, where would you even begin? Ah, so the Bakufu has now posted the Ruby Price. That sounds like the perfect place to start. Let's make our way there and avail ourselves to the soldiers' intel. If anything out of the ordinary has occurred, no doubt they'll be aware of it, shall we? Yep, back out there, back out to the Ruby Sea I go. Return to the Waking Sands. Ikaruga. Well, this is unexpected. What brings you to the Ruby Price? Disputes? Strange you should ask. Not even a moon ago, the waters of the Ruby Sea were poised to turn a sanguinary shade. Please tell us everything. A Confederate skiff approached the Ruby Price without authorization. Its occupant began hurling insult after insult in an obvious attempt to provoke us. We did not succumb to their provocations, however. After warning the vessel we'd fire if they drew an ilm closer, they withdrew without a word. However, should they attempt to provoke us again, we will not display the same level of restraint, and the roar of our cannon shall signal their comrades to rally in force. The waters will flow red, of that there can be no doubts. Tensions run high, not like this has ever occurred. I see. Thank you for the information. Might we speak privately? Based on the testimony just now, I gather there is an agreement in these waters that the Confederates are not to draw on near the Ruby Price, guarded as it is by the Bakufu sentries. If that's the case, then as the soldier stated, I can only conclude that the vessel earlier was attempting to incite a dispute between the two factions. Which fits the modus operandi of our quarry, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it was he who sailed here under the banner of the Confederates. Whatever the case may be, we have nothing but conjecture. We'll need solid evidence before we can alert the soldiers here to this threat. I doubt they'll heed our warnings otherwise. First, we'll need to verify if any members of the Confederacy actually approached Ruby Price. Do you know where their base of operations can be found? Over in Unokoro? Sakazuki. Looks like it would be fastest for us to swim there. No, I can fly there. Oh, there she is. Any of your comrades sailed the Ruby Price recently? What? Absolutely not. Not one of my Confederate brothers and sisters would approach the Ruby Price without authorization. Those cowardly Bakufu dogs must have concocted this baseless rumor to get a rise out of us. Hey, Huon. The soldiers at the Ruby Price said that, did they? Pardon my language, but that's a load of shite. We have no interest in Hingan waters. If anything, I've seen their skiffs encroaching on our territory of late. If you ask me, they're the ones thirsty for blood. It's probable that the guy we talked to is the one in disguise. There you are, Thorek. Listen to what this person has to say. The situation is more grave than we thought. I'm thankful you came, and not a moment too soon. Captain Rasho ain't been acting himself, you see. Normally where he goes, Tensui goes, but not today. He showed up earlier by his lonesome, and ordered us to gather as many heads as able to join him on the Isle of Beko, to attend to some pressing business. Normally I'd oblige Captain without a moment's hesitation, but I had the feeling something weren't right. So I asked him what manner of business. We're gonna set the Ruby Price ablaze, he says. The bloody Ruby Price? Tried speaking some sense into him, but he weren't a mind to listen. Walked off saying he has no need of craven bastards like me. Look, I don't know what's gone into the captain, but it can't be anything good. Please, go to the Isle of Beko and stop him and me comrades before it's too late. This Rasho acting strangely can't be a coincidence. We need to get to that island quickly. Do you know the way? Got it. We've not a moment to waste. when in Rome. I hear voices. Seem they've gathered up ahead. Those scum think they can encroach on our territory and get away with it? I'll be damned if we let them. If we let them. Tonight we lay siege to the ruby price and seize it for ourselves. But are you sure? If we do this, we won't just be starting a battle, we'll be starting a war. You've been acting strange, Captain. What's gone into you? Silence! I didn't ask for your bloody opinion. Those lying dogs claimed it was us breaching the agreement. I say we give the bastards what they deserve. You are not welcome here. Be gone if you value your lives. You're a terrible actor. You saw through my disguise once again? Don't tell me you count even a pirate captain among your acquaintances. What are you trying to accomplish? Why incite such conflict wherever you go? Why? Sorry to disappoint you, but contrary to the passage of the Unbound's prattling about freeing the world from the tyranny of government, I have no grand designs. I wish merely for everyone to show their true faces. Folk love to put on airs of sophistication and virtue, but push them towards the edge, and their masks slip off to reveal the monsters underneath. They'll go for their neighbor's jugular just to save their own skin. You've seen it for yourselves. It's quite the spectacle. Jeez, that one... Damn it. The winds are too strong. A man of 1,000 faces is a true menace indeed. We'll return to Onokoro forthwith to alert the captain. Rest assured the Confederacy will be keeping a close watch over the Ruby Sea. I didn't think for a moment he was an imposter, and the lies he spouted about the Bakufu soldiers were enough to make my blood boil. To think what would have happened had you not been here to stop us. Kami bless you. All he wants is to expose people's so-called true faces? That he would use the cocoon for such a petty cause? Unthinkable. Let's return to Kugane for the time being. A buddy of mine talking to me about VTubers. About tubers. Damn it all, I can't believe a bastard like that. Forgive me. I find myself more disgusted with that villain each time we see him. And to think that all of this is driven by a small-minded spirit. From what I could gauge, he didn't fly towards Kagane during his escape. I believe he seeks a new settlement to terrorize. Now that the Confederacy and I are acquainted, I'll see if they can't help me sniff out his roost. No doubt where there's smoke, he'll be there stoking the fire. And I suppose I'll use this period to tend to my bow. Next time my arrow will fly true. Wonderful, you're here. Ever since the incident in the Ruby Sea, I've kept a line of communication with the Confederacy, and they just reported something you'll be interested to hear. Apparently a man impersonating the distinguished Lord of Doma was recently exposed. One of the Lord's retainers saw through the Pretender's facade while he was attempting to stir up trouble in the Doman Enclave. The imposter then reportedly transformed into a hawk and fled. Clearly our quarry now nests in Doma, if I can talk. I'd like to resume our hunt immediately, but I'm not sure where he may go after his failure in the Enclave. Do any locations come to mind? A town in Yangsha called Namai? You sure? That sounds promising. The extent of your knowledge is truly remarkable, Thorak. Then without further ado, let's make our way there, and see if the residents have noticed any unusual activity. Shinden? Trouble? Not that I can think of. For a blessing, it all has been quiet. That was a noise. Have there been any quarrels of late? Why, yes, actually. Just the other day, the two of us were at each other's throats over a persimmon. She was only supposed to eat half, but she went and gobbled the whole thing. In the end, she purchased this one by way of apology. So, I let bygones be bygones. What's that? This isn't the quarrel you're speaking of? Where's our favorite bun? I'll see what she has to say before I progress the quest along. There she is. The people of this village live hand in hand with nature. It reminds me of home. And by the Kami's grace, our quaint village has not seen strife since the Imperials were ousted. There has been news, however, of a man impersonating Lord Hien at the Enclave. As I am told, when Lord Hien voiced intentions to invade Nangsha, all present grew wary of the individual. None more so than Lady Yugiri, who saw through the farce immediately. After he was exposed, the villain fled the scene with haste. Unfortunately, efforts to find him have not borne fruit. None of the residents I spoke with reported anything out of the ordinary. How do you fare? Then it seems the villain is not here. Where might he have gone? Probably to the steppe. Huh? What are you doing here? A friend of yours? Don't hang your head like we're strangers. We met just moments ago, remember? You asked me how to reach the House of the Fierce. Good grief, lad. You're lost, aren't you? I can understand your embarrassment, but I'll tell you the way again. Listen carefully now. Follow the descending paths leading north out of the village until you see a small pond, then simply dive in and swim. The House of the Fierce will be on the other side. Could he have impersonated you this time? This doesn't bode well. We must hurry. Much obliged, sir. Just how far must we swim to reach this place? I dare say my days spent in the lakes back home are about to come in handy. My friends, it's come to my attention that the Khan of the Azim Steppes, mighty Oranir tribe, conspires in the shadows to invade Doma. We must not give him the chance. Invasion would mean all-out war. There is only one solution. Under the cover of darkness, you must assassinate the Khan. Only with his death can this crisis be averted. And they grow wary. Perhaps I should observe the targets more carefully. With all due respect, these allegations must be brought before Lord Hien. It is imperative we receive his instruction before acting. That would be playing right into the Oranir's hands. After all, an impostor disguised as Lord Hien was but recently exposed. An Oranir spy, there can be no question. Yet the spy fled, their whereabouts unknown. They could be anyone and anywhere weaving new schemes even as we speak. Decisive action must be taken. That's why I came to you. So the impersonation of Lord Hien was but a part of the Oranir's grand scheme? But why would those who fought alongside us for Doma's liberation conspire to invade? Forgive me, but you do not seem like yourself, Thorak. Something isn't right. Because I am desperate. A shadow looms over Doma, and only with your help can I cast it away its dark pall. Please, lend me your strength. Our honored friend Thorak risks life and limb to see Doma free, yet you address him with suspicion and doubt? If he says we must act first to prevent greater bloodshed, then we must act. It is true that he has never led us astray. Brothers and sisters, let us join hands with Thorak once more to drive back the shadow rising over Doma. Yeah, not quite. What is the meaning of this? It's that infernal Oranir spy! Quickly kill him before he can escape! You sound nothing like me. Your charade ends here. It's you. Such persistent vermin. You're not getting away this time. Right through the fish. Are you truly the foremost hunter of your village? Ha! Pathetic. You're nothing like the other girl. What was her name? Ah, yes, Itoka. She was fearsome, that one. Right up until the moment I drove my blade into her back. What is this? Don't tell me you've been masquerading around as Itoka herself. After all, that would make you no better than me. Hiding behind the name of another won't erase the blame you bear for everything that happened. I'm sorry. I swear I'll explain everything to you later. For now, we should apprise these men and women of the situation. To think he can transform into anyone. A truly fearsome ability. I shall alert Lord Hien to the threat immediately. Rest assured that all of Doma will be on alert. I was completely fooled. I have no words to express my shame. Upon speaking with you again, I realized that though the impostor assumed your guise, he had neither your spirit nor your grace. Forgive me, I will not fall for such a farce again. Might I have a word? The man impersonating you earlier, I'd recognize his face anywhere. Without doubt, he is Samadare, a childhood friend. You know him? Please, you must tell me everything. I've known Samadare nearly my entire life. We learned the shinobi arts together, you see. Roughly 25 years ago, we engaged in our first battle as proud ninja, defending Doma against the Empire's invasion. With every fiber in our body, we met their mighty match tech with nimble ninjutsu. As if moved by our resolve, the mighty Auspice and the Guardian of Doma, Tamamo Gozen, appeared on the field of battle to aid our cause. Yet our efforts were for naught. The Empire's might fell upon Doma like a hammer, and we were crushed beneath their overwhelming force. The occupation began soon thereafter, and so too did my work from the shadows. While I devoted myself to resisting the Empire in secret, Samadare was conscripted to their army, and forced to become an Imperial spy. I understand he served them well, fanning the flames of war in faraway lands. Through rumor and manipulation, indeed. Indeed, as far back as I can recall, Samadare has ever excelled in the skill of subterfuge. It was only after the prisoner exchange that he returned to Doma at long last. But he was a changed man. He could find no joy or solace in the peace he once fought to secure for our nation. Instead, he sought to disrupt it. War has taught me the truth of this world. Civility is but a facade to hide man's savagery, and I'll prove it here, in dear, dear Doma. The fool I am, I thought he was jesting. Only later, when I discovered the web of lies he had spun to turn folk against one another, did I realize he meant every word. I tried to confront him, but he fled Doma before I had the chance. Nevertheless, I searched his home afterwards and discovered a missive from an organization called the Passage of the Unbound. I have it here with me. Dear illustrious Samadare, We extend our deepest gratitude for your interest in joining the passage of the Unbound. With each passing day, our secret order draws closer to its goals. And we shall require exceptional talent for what lies ahead. Bearing these in mind, we have decided to welcome you into the fold to celebrate the start of an auspicious future together. We invite you to meet your colleagues in Tuliolal and have enclosed your ticket within. Exceptional talent? Exceptional egos, more like. This passage of the Unbound kept a watchful eye on nations far and wide to recruit cutthroats like Samadare who only follow their own desires. Upon his arrival in Tyrol, Samadare's ambitions guided him to my home, where he sold the Dreamweave cocoon and set out to use it for his own twisted ends. I'm afraid that appears to be the way of it. In all likelihood, it is this passage of the Unbound which alerted him to this Dreamweave cocoon's existence. Today, Samadare attempted to incite war between Doma and the Azim Steppe by wearing the face of our dearest ally, you. Your timely appearance prevented the worst from happening, but so long as he can alter his form and face at will, who can say what tomorrow may bring? His years as secret operative have made him a master at reading people. Should he decide to study his target before taking their form, I fear his schemes may not be discovered until it's already too late. Please, be careful and may the Kami bless you and guide you. Attempting to find Samidare now would be a fruitless endeavor. He couldn't be any bird in the sky or any beast roaming the wild. Let's return to Kugane. I'll reveal everything to you there, I promise. I'm grateful for your help today. Once again, I let our prey slip away. The only silver lining is that we know who he is now. But more importantly, I apologize for deceiving you. As Samadare said, I'm not the greatest hunter of my home. I am not... I don't know if that's a L or I. I'm just going to keep going with Itoka. I'm Kuiki. I hail from the same village as Itoka, and I too am a hunter, but only in name. You've seen my aim for yourself. Yet most shameful of all is that it's my fault that the Dreamweave cocoon was stolen. Normally, it is enshrined in the deepest recesses of our home. Only Itoka had leave to wield it. The forest provides shelter and sustenance to many, and not all we share its bounty with are friendly. When great beasts threaten our home, the cocoon's power may be used to protect our lives. Yet I used it for my own foolish desires. I couldn't take it anymore. I was a hunter, yet could barely catch prey large enough to feed myself. I was forced to wash clothes, prepare meals, and tune bows. Just once I wanted to be acknowledged. I wanted to feel pride. So I used the cocoon's power to transform myself into Itoka. With her dexterity and finesse, I finally caught prey befitting a true hunter. And as I carried my prize home, he appeared. I found him collapsed in the middle of a beaten path. I never had a reason to mistrust someone before, so I approached to nurse his wounds. Yet the moment I drew close, he knocked the cocoon from my grasp and struck me unconscious. He was long gone by the time I awoke. I confessed my sin to the village elder, and in her boundless grace she forgave me. But I could not forgive myself. I left home that very eve in secret to pursue the thief, all the way to Kugane. After several days of fruitlessly scouring the city, who should I see but Itoka, as our most exceptional hunter? It came as no surprise the elder had charged her with recovering the cocoon. She was astonished to see me, of course. I had told no one of my actions. I feared she would send me home, but when I expressed to her my shame, my anger, she consoled me, and told me we would find the cocoon together. And I was certain we would, until the day that duplicitous bastard killed her. You appeared soon after her passing. I thought with someone as strong as you at my side, maybe, just maybe I could avenge her. So I lied. As Samadari said, I'm no better than he is. I'm an imposter, but my desire to reclaim the cocoon is every bit as strong as Itoka's was. I am so sorry for lying to you, Thorak. I hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me, and continue to aid me in reclaiming the Dreamweave cocoon. No, thank you for telling the truth. Thank you. I know with you at my side I can keep my promise with Itoka. For now, I'll remain vigilant for any news regarding this conflict in the region. Please do pay me a visit when you find a moment to spare. I'm counting on you. Okay, so next level is when I can do that next quest. Back to Tuliolal. Wuk Lamat has been waiting out there for so long. I'm sure they have everything squared away at this point. Hey, what's up? What I miss? I see you managed to find Fontaine. It feels ungrateful to leave so soon after Master Ropley granted me employment, but surely he'll understand. I do this for the future of Tuliona. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Fontaine has agreed to sign the Proc Pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor to watch Meki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here is brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home into Tuliolal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachumaki Meki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. Hello? What became of Fontaine? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you'll still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontaine's put his faith in me, and I won't let him down. Oh? You may now unlock deliveries for Wachumeki Meki. Speak to Ropley and pursue new endeavors as you progress through the rite of succession. A father first. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. Well, you can pass the time however you like. I'd suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. This isn't good. At last. Welcome back, sir. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously awaiting your return. A Thorak of the Third Promise's entourage? I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dun servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself at the gate stationed outside the Sun Perch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Wuk Lamat. So much for the rest. I will be right back, actually.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity. And they call me head of Resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me? A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales. I see you know the Viper style! Let's see how you handle this! The spearman did not lie. Very well then. Resolve and listen, kingdom. All right. shown me more than enough.
Darn it, my mic was muted!
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. I said I'd crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamat's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamat? Whether he be as third promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
She is young, but has potential.
A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamati thinks she understands her many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, love them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamati as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I swear it wasn't me.
There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
All in good fun, Lamat.
Watch over her, champion. Kuna's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Gallup's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
So that's the entire point of the Rite of Succession. And I was having an inkling that, at least for the feats, it made more sense to send your claimants out to know the land that they would become the ruler of, as well as to allow them to grow as a result of it. That makes sense. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zeral Jah, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else of you? Just a sparring partner. Well, if that's all it was. The shape of peace. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I have otherwise asked everyone to meet at the Forard cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? Okay, will we actually be able to rest this time? As much as I enjoyed sparring with good old Glul Jaja. Hello, hello. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that so? Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fontaine. We shall depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. I thought I saw you at the top of the stairs. Wuk Lamat? What are you doing here? Ah, I spend my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetuating the grateful things of delaying the third promises to nurture. Please take up your axe and rend my flesh into taco meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me neither. What was that all about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step in the right succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name of a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wuk Lamat. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawntrail servant find the city and return without incident? It seems legend originated with the Yakui. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time. But first, let us see if Ajahn safely into the Moblin's care. Meanwhile, in Kozumaoka, Zoral Ja has a artisan with him.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the resilient sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories. Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire. Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel? Step aside.
Well, at least he's not bothering us for a change.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakujaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawntrail may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon. Face me in battle and learn your place.
moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me! But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint. I can kill him whenever I please. Your part in this is far from over.
It is about time that guy got his comeuppance. We're back, and we've brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Von Jontain, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Estem's Aesthetics in Ulda. Wonderful, impressive. You're the first to return for third promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Helpan will show you to the workpot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing your proclaimed Dawn Servant. Thank you, Von Jontain. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. This will be 3 of 7. You have reached met the requirements of the Feat of Pots. Redorak presents your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing. That makes 3. More Potsworn candidates? Come, tell Redorak your tales. Okay, good. I wasn't going to have to read all of that. And also, this puts Bakul Jaja at a disadvantage, because now he has to go get his own artisan. Another feat accomplished. Another keystone acquired. Oh, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Sir Aljaw's esteemed sibling. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, second promise. We must have you apply that Shylian knowledge you so cherish and armed to raw with weapons of magitek design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliolal is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Shylan. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliolal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment toward education and hard work, it should not take so very... their way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlan whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking for a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting, until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. We've seen that too. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Redrock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliolal, there were no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Galul Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatched pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Galul Jaja just wanted to talk. Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy Potsworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Galul Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs. Yes, reason and clever things changed Bobby's way of life. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. There are machinations afoot here. We should be getting on as well. But Galul Jaja never came back, did he? Do you have a moment, Third Promise? Rock would repay you for hand helping Kahi. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rackrock, where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime Yakui friends. They live up in the mountains in Urkopacha. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. I'll probably do these quests in my off time. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga, and is not to be ignored. The Urkopacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Actually, let me do those quests now. I mean, might as well, right? Danger Straits! Danger Straits! Vendavok's twinkle crafter has gone missing. Vendavok asks all around the village, and some say that he went to pay a visit to the Imperious, the giant's prey place. But the prey place is a danger place, full of fiend-munching fiends. Friend-munching fiends. You're a fighter, are you not? Will you not swordlend to Vendavok and save her dear twinkle crafter from certain doom? Move amok. You're Thorak, are you not? He who has been strength-lending to Wuk Lamat. Could Movamok ask that you strength-lend her in turn? The matter is, Movamok's craft hand is to retire after long years. He lip-slips that he intends to fancy-craft one last masterpiece before he does so. But for this, he needs the hand help of a strange face to the village. Enfroy is his name. He's always murky-worded with his requests, so Movamok is not sure what hand help he needs. But if you could exchange tongue flaps with him, she would be very, very happy, Fields. Yes, I am Onfry. Do I know? Wait, aren't you the friend of the third promise? The adventurer from across the salt who was asking about the pupax? I don't know why I envisioned this guy's Indian, even though he's not from Radzatan. Ah, I see. Movamok sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a traveling one, but it's so very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Movamok. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Her hobbies, her likes, her and dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. But for certain reasons that I'll share with you later, she can't know this. We've been working together for decades, but now as my pot pact is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her, but perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. Movamok and Onfry? Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not that I think she thinks him unequal to the tasks, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact. She knows how exacting his standards are and how discontented he would be if his work failed to meet them. So anytime a patron attempts to have him lower his standards or design something differently to how he judges best, Movamok always leaps to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight is Onfrey's creations. Her delight in Onfrey's creations has not dulled at all in all the years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. Doldrick. Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Movamok? That's an easy ask. Movamok never lip-flaps about anything other than her pot-sworn Onfrey. She says he is just as good a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker. Always loves playing crafty tricks. One day, Envoy draws little arrows around the village, showing Potsworn how to leave Earthenshire without help hands eye-catching them. Many left-minded pot friends follow the arrows and leave for a secret hiding place in the woods. Mobbies are Freddy feels over disappointing Potsworn. Potsworn come back all glare teeth, but help hands are steam ears. All except Movamuk. She goes around the village saying guilt words to every mobby for Envoy's sneaky trick. Deep heart, though. It is clear that she is nothing but happy feels to have him back. So Movamuk was in on the trick, so she's a bit of a trickster as well. Don't know, Dick. What does Movamuk value most? Her Potsworn, of course. Any mobby who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heartside at all times, or so she once lip-slipped to Tarnotic. He has a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them. You're back. So, what did you find out? She really thinks that much for me? They say that Moblin help hands love nothing more than helping their charges. And it seems it's true. Though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you've learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I need it for. The truth is... Is Thorak still hard at hand-helping? Yes, he is, so I'll thank you for not bothering us. You do remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work is complete. Always such angry words. Movamuk means no bother. Just needs to do daily mob duty, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you that I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All of my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of the Pot Pact, Movamuk will uphold her pact part. It is her duty as a help hand. Why do you always have to be so... I'm sorry, Movamuk, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Thorak is finished. Then Movamuk will do as Unfroy asks. Though it makes her shamefaced, she will have hand turned to other duties. If Unfroy needs her, he only needs to hail call. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. The aim being to make a farewell present for Movamuk. I figured that's what that was. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of Potsworn, her service hasn't lapsed in ilm. Now that my service is coming to an end, I want to do something just for her, to thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet, despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. I tried to speak with her to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off, said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking. Perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the Pot Pact. Someone like you, and by all the gods the plan worked. I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it, but without Movamuk's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'd be willing to play Hellpan a little longer, I'd make it worth your while. You're looking for a twinkle crafter? That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblin's contracted artisans, specializing in jewelry making. Vindavok was concerned for my safety, you say. How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by the unique visual language of the Yakui, you see. I often visit this place to bask in its grand imposing glory. Yet I have never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous to risk delving any deeper. But with you at my side, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such as what remains of them, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands. And they have not been kind to the creations they left behind. Yet some of the larger structures still remain. The impressive gate, for one. They say the Yakui towered yawns above, even as tall as Zibral. But I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales. A sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own... But enough speculation. Let's press on. We have much to discover. Pillars of stone overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? The simple combination of geometric shapes naturally draws one's eyes to the center, all the while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun traverses the sky, so too would the shadows of the towers above paint towards the ground below. And not just any patterns, oh no, calculations. Every stone cut and placed with mathematical precision, divining the movement of the stars and the changing of the seasons, a triumph of both form and function, true artistry. But wait, what's that over there, by the cliff's edge? Quickly, with me. To the southwest now. That might put it over here. Yep, over there. Alright, let's see what the artisan buddy needs before I go looking for that ether current. Thank you, and forgive me for racing ahead like that. I was so absorbed in examining every ilm of this place, I clean forgot the reason I'd never done so before. But if anything is worth risking one's life, it is surely this. But why just look at the tower? It's a work of art. To the untrained eye, it might appear little more than a pile of stone, but look at how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbors, and not a drop of mortar to hold them in place. These engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, inspiring reverence. That's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temples upon the cliff top, if not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwelled in the plains below, those who were beneath them in every way? One cannot help but admire them. That their creation should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries since they've gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelry craft had been cooling of late, but now I'm positively burning with inspiration. If Yakui's creations can echo through the ages, and so can mine, to Earth and Shire and eternity. Aight. Oops, that's the wrong one. 2 more currents and 2 more currents from quests and 2 more currents from just running around. Vendavak. Big thanks for bringing the Twinkle Crafter back to us. Not only is he safe and well, but full of mind fruit too. He says that he found it in the giant's prey place. This need for mind fruit is common among the Potsworn. Some try to find it in history, some in nature, some even in firewater. It is our side of the pot pack to keep them well supplied with it. A duty that is a constant source of brain pain. But oh, the ideas they came up with when they have it. Such fresh thinking. Vendavok can't wait to see what our friend Twinkle Crafter Wengo crafts next. Thank you for the current. 1 more current from quests now. Trying to remember. I think the final ether current is awarded usually whenever you finish the last story quest in that area. Oops. That might put it well over here or even over here. The Highlands were where the Lay of Proof took place, that being Gulujaja's encounter with the Yakui. But 'tis also the stage for the Lay of Ice, where heroes fought the monstrous Valir Gamanda. I'm most curious to know what the right will demand of us there. One day we're sailing up rivers, and next we're hiking up mountains. Typically how it goes. This road will take us through the mountains of to the Urkopacha Highlands. An exhausting route, perhaps, but a straightforward one. We're to meet the Yakui at last. Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone's ready for some climbing. Third promise. I'm glad I caught you. Red Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long if you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Something sus going on? This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. He had rather interesting hair for here, or should I say a Tonawata? In any case, strange that I never noticed him while we were in Earthenshire. Knowing Wuk Lamat, she is probably eating sweets behind our backs and forgot to pay the shopkeeper or something equally careless. The man seemed familiar somehow, but I just can't seem to place him. I'm eager to continue to Highlands, and meet Yakui face to face. We've heard so much about them, but I'm not entirely sure what to expect. Perhaps there were complications? Let's wait a while longer. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on her way back to find us? But how? There's only one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wuk Lamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? If she's not responding, perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Red Rock who had business with her, yes? Yep, automatons. I thought Wuk Lamat was just being her usual impulsive self, but now I'm not so certain. She doesn't seem to be here. Something's not right, I can feel it. I pray not untoward has befallen the third promise. Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wuk Lamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Red Rock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. Then who was that man who came after her? Oh, I thought you left already. Where is Lamati? Is she not with you? You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable. Yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Thorak and I should work together at least. The better to facilitate communication between our groups. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. Nice of Kona. Alright. That seems like as good a place as any to stop. Right now my suspicion's on Baku Jaja, because he never got the third stone. He's probably looking to steal it from the third promise if he can. But we will find out next time. I debate on if I stream tomorrow, but I'll see how tomorrow goes. Probably not. In any case, I've been Okami Thorax, and I shall see everyone again later. Alright. Alright. Have a good night. Bye.